This one eating hearty snacks.
What's happening? Double null. Thoughts? Looks like a lot of I like the buffs more. Well, nulls. Okay, so we have to guess what the things will be. Um, so one end, Null probably just gets like nerfed to 6 mana, or gets not 3/4 is like is not enough. Another thing, the lightest null nerf possible, I think, for null is a nerf that says null is no longer hmm, hmm. It's tough because like this is very inefficient, right? But it spends all my mana. I feel like the null is tough to get right. I was thinking about this. What is the appropriate? So, Null is about a 4 mana card, right? A 3/5 rush. So the Maestra, in theory, should on average make it like 1 mana less, right? That's kind of like an appropriate pay. If you run a bad 3/2 in your deck that you don't have to play, by the way, you get the advantage of sometimes messing up your opponent's mulligans, and you get your Null down to 3 mana. That would be the average cost you kind of would want for that trade-off. It's annoying. This doggy biscuit here is insane for the free rush here. Did I get here? It's very good. Moving rush would be a big nerf. I mean, I think the lowest nerf they could do is make it so when Rogue discovers a card, it only affects the first one. So that would nerf Jackpot. It would nerf, so it has to play basically 5 actions. So you can't just So that would be a thing of like when you do Potion Belt, it would only reduce the cost by 1. That could be. That's probably the smallest nerf that they could get away with, without me being like, "What the hell? You have to nerf this card more." What's gonna be the Astalor nerf? I don't know what'll be the Astalor nerf. There's a lot of different things that it could be, but I don't. I mean, who knows? It's tough to say. To the Frost Death Knight nerf. I'm not. That card is so much. Um, I think I saw somebody. Yeah, I mean, one card got nerfed, and it's probably just like losing some mana cheat. It's 1 mana deal 4 to face, which is its ultimate efficiency, which is too efficient. If Shock Spitter, if all these other cards are getting nerfed, it's going to be like an insanely powerful burn card. So it's very reasonable, I think, to get rid of that. All right, I think I'm crushing them here, right? Looks like lethal next turn, almost guaranteed. I'm gonna keep gaining armor here, it's annoying. I'm gonna need some huffers. She's so annoying. Oh my god. So I go tracking, try and hit Bran. Bran is lethal. But interesting, they feel like they have to go face here.
Our gift of frost shields us. Our gift of frost shields us.
Got to turn deck tracker on here. So I think I should go. I guess wait, could I go? Do I ever go double Astellar here? Maybe I do.
What have we here?
So if they deal, let's say I kill this, I don't kill. Take 9 and I don't die to. Oh, I'm like dead to 1 damage. I guess no, it's just 1 mana, right? I'm gonna go for Brand. I still deliver. That's a loss for sure. That sucks. Dang, thought I won this one. No, yeah. Shadow Step, no nerfs. I don't really know how I feel about Shadow Step getting nerfed, but I don't really have a opinion on that one. I know a lot of people. Oh yeah, Egg Priest chat going from tier S to tier E. Dude, we got the 4-drop and the 5-drop. That's so good for Egg Priest. I don't know if I'm just play it. I know, K-Bell. It's actually gonna be so good for Egg Priest. Ah! Yeah. That sucks. Even Pally got a buff. Let me see what card. Trying to see which Paladin cards. We don't.
Caught this one eating party snacks.
It's a dragon. Okay. I don't like. I thought they would do more. I didn't think. I wasn't even sure they're gonna do any buffs. So. God, this guy's so annoying.
We do what the living cannot.
Am I getting shadow stuff?
I hunt alone.
Zero shaman buffs, yeah. Chat the format, the destroy it, discard a card for warriors, 4 mana. That card actually might legit be so freaking good. Like you just play that for 4/5.
I hunt alone.
Just I can do 10 and then 12 here, right? So I can set up a turn 7 lethal here. Maybe they'll make it a 4/6 and not 5/4 mana. Oh, I didn't think about that. Yeah, probably what they're gonna do. Warrior needs one more expansion. No, it needs its good cards to not get deleted. Like it's gonna be really bad next expansion, and all it's gotten this year after this is garbage and rage war cards that are hardly even real cards.
I hunt alone. I hunt alone. What a delicious party!
Dude, I've noticed that Spoken Wise is sometimes trolling. Sometimes be trolling. I'm getting scabbed here. Son of a gun, chat. Dude, they just didn't play anything, so I couldn't like. Chat. Honestly, this I could easily see this being a stream snipe. Like they literally just don't play anything, so I can't shock spit or devour. It's like they know my exact freaking hand. You know what I mean?
I hunt alone.
Am I dead? 14. I'm dead. Not enough mana.
Well fought. I can see.
So, you can see Null, the Frost. I'm curious with the, so let me guess. I think one possible nerf is you make it only have one this. 2, you get rid of stealth. 4 mana seems just way too slow. Like it's just gonna be so hard to get down. This I don't know what they're gonna do with this. Astroloid, they could just nerf the last one. Yeah, like make it so it doesn't go face or something like that. There's a lot of different ways you could do it. Simple Brand, I don't know. Simple Brand's I'm surprised getting nerfed because the card seemed bad until it wasn't bad, but I guess it's too much burn too easily. Then Yeah, a lot of the old-fashioned tempo cards. We'll see if they get one broken one. Spicy nerfs. Everything just +1 mana. Ooh. Overcosted for what it does. Deal 3 minus. That's a 1 mana deal 3 is still efficient. Pocket Train, I think it's at the 13 months. You know, that's a train. Thanks so much, Pocket Train.
Caught this one eating party snacks.
Yeah, like I mean, I'm glad they're kind of Ooh, this is interesting. No, Nightning. I've played. I watched a bunch of his Quest Shaman VODs. I remember back in the day. He was a really good Quest Shaman player. And then we played in a tournament. We had a really good match. It was I think 3-2. Yeah. So I know this guy is.
Too many minions.
Matt. Okay, what the F is my opponent like? They're playing freezing traps actually. Nice, because I can dump this 4-drop here. It is freezing. Alright, free trogs. Alright, let's le tempo. I feel like we're ahead here, thoughts? But rogue be rogue, so you never know.
We have plotted long enough. Now we run.
Nelly nerf. They could also lower the cost of Nelly to like 6. I could see something like that happening. So they keep it at its effect. I would like to just see it get reversed. They you know, no, From the Depths is still gonna be crappy 4 mana. Chat. Why is it okay when other classes mana cheat, but the moment warrior mana cheats, the world loses its collective mind? I don't know, this is dumb. And you know what's weird is like I actually like the design of Pirate Rogue. Like I think Captain Hotusk is like, wait, is that the one? No, what's the one where you take it as their deck? I think that card's super fun. Pretty much I like all the your Garrote Rogue stuff. I like your Miracle Rogue. But I hate concoctions with a passion. They're just like, look at me, I'm a concoction. Wait, am I effed here? Wait, am I not effed? I'm not even sure. I have no way to kill up my own board, so. Do I have lethal here? So I have 10, 12. They have 14, right? Crap. Mindlock? I'm not convinced. Mindlock has a hard time being the best because people just start running Vipers, but I don't know. Yeah, it'll be interesting. I'm not sure if Sinful Brand should have gone. I guess people could have ran the Demon Hunter spell DH without Sinful Brand if they existed. Yeah. Chad, the it's good in tournaments. It's just like no longer gonna be a thing. Oh crap! Here we go. Crap! Am I effed? I keep not being able to trade off my own guys here. Oh no! Son of a gun, chat. You know what? I should have just put them down to 2 life there. I should have just put them down to 2 life. This was dumb. Oh wait a second. How many? Can I Devouring Swarm a immune minion? Wait, I can Devouring... Wait, what was the secret? It was, I can Devouring Swarm the 0-7, right? The 0-8 to get free hits. Maybe I do that. Oh, it's a freeze, so... Oh, I can Devouring Swarm... Wait, I can't Devouring Swarm the Shock Spitter. But can I? Yeah. Okay, whatever. I feel like I messed up a lot this game. Thoughts? I messed up a lot. Playing badly. I really just should have put them down to 2 life the previous turn because it's hard for them to win from there because I just hero power them the next turn. But I didn't. Just get another hand in good game. I can't do that because I have to trade off my whole board, right? And I have to get through the 0-7. So if I trade everything in there, I can't do that play. It's not lethal. No, dude. You can't kill off your own guy here. You can't do the Devouring Swarm until you kill off the 0-7. If you do these into this guy, you don't get the second Shock Spitter there. Not a miss lethal. Check. It does give you a chance to attack other minions, but we can't attack immune. We can't Devouring Swarm on an immune minion, and our minions don't die from doing it on the 0-8. Am I getting scabbed here? Yeah. Kind of effed here.
You can't always trust what you see.
So if I get a lucky top deck here for a win. A lot of lethal top decks. Chat. Chat, I never make mistakes. Don't we get the breeder from casting on the 3/3? So meaty on that one, I forgot which order I played, so I didn't want to do that play. But maybe. I forgot. Alright. Chat, I don't play this deck to think, alright? I play this deck to but yeah, I forgot. So I was thinking about that, and then I was like, if I do it on the 3/3 and the breeder doesn't go in, I'm gonna look real dumb, more dumb than my current play. So that's why that was the logic that went in my play. So it's a risk reward. A very common theme in Hearthstone is like there's risk and there's outs. So thank you, Cakes. I've been debating on like if I either if I do I'm doing a big trim or getting rid of it. I don't know. So this is kind of where it is right now. But yeah, I've been thinking, chat, should I just trim it down? Do I keep it as this? I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm kind of getting sick of the bearded lifestyle. But you have to do it on the 3/3. So let's say it goes 3 trogs, then you don't get into it because it doesn't have enough to kill off your whole board there. Chad, I care about this beard, and now I can't get the. I keep on getting searched at in airports. That's a joke that's like 20 years too late, but. A channel point goal to shave it off. But I don't think my chat would want me to shave it off, so it's like it's a weird motivational structure. I checked, it was 3 trogs. Okay, I was right. Yeah, I was right. I was right. Chat, I don't make mistakes. All right.
What a delicious party.
What do you think about the nerfs? I'm for them. A lot of people are against these nerfs. I've heard they've said, "Ooh, Blizzard nerfs." I'm not against this, and I'm here to say I am for the nerfs. I have a positive feeling towards them. Not. Don't get in my belly. Meaty, I don't know if they can get away with this, but if you buy a box and take a picture of it, all right, you can get a voice line. I actually literally thought about you when making this reward. Lowered to 1K channel points for 3 minutes, all right? No one has posted. We have I believe 7 people have bought boxes. No one has posted their picture in the food boxes yet. All right. Let me see. So, a tempting deal. Yeah. It's very tempting. Some say the most tempting. Wait, did it not work? Wait, it just didn't work. I didn't hear it. Oh, Chad, it's busted. I'm sorry. I didn't hear. Did you guys hear it? I didn't hear it. Let me test. Get started. Okay. Let me test another one out. All right, chat. The channel points are not working right now. I don't recommend using them. All right, sorry about that. Sorry. My bad. Wait. Uh, I thought about this, and the value they're gonna get. One, don't have a hand that can win fast here, so I feel like the value they get if I let that live is just like way too much.
Stone by stone, storm wind shall fall.
Please stop it, Dodds. Jed, I gave up energy drinks, which, and I feel way better except when I go to the gym in the morning and then I eat food and then I try to, lost. So I go to the gym, then I eat food. So if you draw the other spitter, it's GG now. I mean, if anything happens, it's GG now. It's just it's called tempo. So what was I gonna say? But yeah, it's hard to get started on the stream because I want to take a nap every day, like right about now. You ever bring me a sex cult, dude? I totally would. If someone, if I mean, Superior David lives in the city. I could theoretically bring him to this sex cult. I would invite his yeah. Who else? Who else? But yeah. He might be into it, but I would want. I don't know if he would be able to like keep the secrecy though. You know, they do make you. They do make you sign a blood oath, but people break those blood oaths all the time. You know, so it's kind of. Any, yeah, anything, I don't know. I don't know if there are any other content. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, Paradoxy. People have different relationship boundaries. All right. That's what I've learned about the sex cult, from the sex cult. Yeah, I think they both should come together. Maybe they don't want to partake. Maybe they just watch, but yeah, so. Totally just a salsa dancing class? Maybe. Some there have been slanderous rumors. That is one of them. But I mean, you're allowed to speculate what actually is going on in the sex cult. It's just nobody. Maybe he's right. Maybe he's not. I don't know. Maybe it's like a salsa dancing class where afterwards you go and you drink the blood of goats and you sacrifice a lamb. And the salsa is really just a front. So if I get arrested, I can say I was just doing that. Maybe, I don't know. Who knows?
The time for dreams is over.
Let the hunt begin.
Mixing goats with lambs. I know, right, Jonesy? It's pretty dirty, to be honest. You guys go sacrifices. Yeah, it's technically illegal, but so was marijuana for a long time. That didn't stop people, right? So underwater basket. Maybe it is via. Maybe it's underwater basket weaving. I mean, I think if anything is more scandalous than a sex cult. But so if anything, I would say the sex cult might be hiding that. I guess. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Smoking weed is a gateway to ghost sacrifice. Yeah.
Caught this one eating party snacks.
Chat, this is like what I'm talking about. Chat, the double null on turn 2. It's just over. I'm not gonna be able to keep up with the tempo. Just garbage. And it's like such an easy roll to have. You know what I mean? Oh, and we got ourselves an efficient Octobot, people. Oh my god, it just disgusts me. Chat, look at this freaking mana cheating. Such bullshit. I don't even know what I'm supposed to do here. Chat, I literally just want to give up here. Like, it feels like I've just lost. This is 2021, yeah. Yeah, Chad, the government can't really go at after the sex cult because they're all there, you know? Yeah, you'll see, you know, a lot of famous people, you know, so a lot of stuff goes down, but we don't talk about it. We just like Chad, how do I win here? I'm getting crushed. I'm getting crushed. What do I do? I really don't want to. All right, let's do this. Oh my god, this is just such bullcrap. The double null makes me, it's much more angry than the location. Like it just breaks the rules of the game. Like you're supposed to like, and I just like have this match where I'm never gonna catch up on board. All right, we're going nice. They still win with single null there, most likely, but the double null just is like you have zero chance. Ah, man. More meat. Oh, I'm tired. I feel like it's gonna fix Hearthstone. Thoughts? All right. What are the okay, chat? What are the most toxic classes? And how will they not be a problem? This is so, chat. What classes have the history? All right. All right. I'm gonna give whatever I lost to last. All right, take nominations. What are classes other than Rogue, Demon, Hunter? Does Hunter make toxic classes? Druid will be toxic classes. All right. Warlock is, I feel like, toxic and wild, but isn't toxic and standard usually.
versus the Lichking.
All right, what class? Which class most likely toxic? Of new thing. All right, we're gonna go with Warlock, Priest. Priest is always holy. So we got Priest, Warlock. We're gonna go with. Should I put Hunter in there? Hunter, I feel, is never that toxic. Even Shockspitter Hunter is just like, just kind of doing whatever, you know. Or I'll put Warrior in there. Hunter is like a good, I know. Nobody ever complains about Hunter, at least in my world. I think it happens in the low ranks. Warlock, Priest, Hunter, Druid, and Shaman. All right, which class do you think is most likely? Actually, I'll allow additional votes with channel points. So you could vote with channel points. All right, should I do that? Actually, we're just gonna do regular vote. Which of these 5 classes do you think will most likely be the new toxic class? All right. What is the new toxic? That. Wait, it's a 1-2. That's pretty bad. Okay. Chat, priest. Priest is such a good class. Never been toxic. Right? Man, man, the priest hate. Chat is out of control. Chat, priests are good people. All right, that's all I'm saying.
The more you struggle, the better.
Oh, no, oh, most likely toxic. So that's like in the next. Yeah. So sorry. Yeah. Like I meant like in the next after the nerfs. I should have said that. Sorry. Not in the history. Giga Warlock then? On the cow. Yeah. Am I crushing them here? I want to see Priest lose twice. Yeah. Hilarious, dude. Hilarious with your anti chat. The big rogue is trying to make Priest look like the problem. Thoughts? Oh, I didn't even put mage in there, yeah. I have to freeze my face so they lose, right? Alright, I should have put mage instead of shaman. Shaman's been fine. Like, Shaman is not a toxic class. Alright, Snowfall Guardian was innocent. Did nothing wrong. Shutterwalk was very overrated. Tunnel Trog was a good... I didn't even play the Turtle Dog days. I really liked even Shaman back in the day. I really like even decks, but it's been a bit silly. You know what I got? So Galakrond Shaman was too strong at first, but then it got deleted, and I was really mad about that. Like, I feel like Galakrond Shaman should have been I think the meta was actually great before like they nerfed a bunch of cards and then Rogue got better. I think. Dude, I've actually realized, I think it's been like 3 years in a row in December where they have a meta. It's like a little too strong, but they nerf a bunch of cards and then Rogue is OP for like a year. Like this is literally, okay, it happened during Galakrond. It happened during the first Wild Paul Null. It happened this second Wild Paul Null. And then there was World Kick Rogue. Yeah. It's literally 4 winters in a row that like Rogue is like there's like somewhat balanced meta, but like maybe not that balanced. All right. Then some nerfs happen. Rogue is OP. and it's like OP for like a year. Because everybody they go on vacation and then just Rogue just like runs over everybody. It's happened 4 years in a row. Every December. See you guys next year. Check. Can I put like a stock option that bets on Rogue being OP in December of next year? Like at Christmas? Is there a way I can bet on that and make money? Or maybe runestones, you know? Okay, this is Q tabs though. Rogue OP futures, yeah. Give me short warrior. Short warrior. Call Blizz stock. The value of skyrocket. Yeah. No, I'm trying to get more runestones.
Rexar versus Kel'Thuzad. Your curiosity will be the end of you. Let the hunt begin. Hunt alone. What a delicious hunt!
Which other Actual mage. Nope, it's a rogue. Never mind.
Works against me. More meat. Just a taste.
It took me so long to realize I actually don't use my hands. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. Like, dude, it's like the stream's called NoHandsGamer, and then everyone's we'll be like, oh, I see hands, and then the same people will be like, wait, he isn't using hands, and I'm like, you know, yeah, that's kind of the idea. That. My hand kind of sucks. I'm for him.
Our gift of frost shields us.
I go this and this next turn, and I think I can get could be 6 laurels. Effing Cookie the Cook chat. Come on, bro. The cookie, nobody gamer. Yeah. Son of a 3-4 chat. Wait, and they got this undead guy that got him a free card draw? This is some bullshit. Thoughts?
Here, girl. I smell an ambush. Hunt alone.
Problem is they get to kill this off and hit with it.
Symptoms will be severe.
Yeah, I hope Death Knight is fun. By top deck weapon, do I have lethals? This would be 3, and then it would be 14. So harpoon gun off the top is lethal here, right? That? Yeah. Wait. Chat. How am I so good at this game? So good at this game, chat. Every time. I haven't used that one, Vanter. I haven't used that is a classic. I haven't been using that one. That's so true. I actually don't. I think maybe I didn't wake up today then. Yeah. That would be good for the coffee mug. So much work to do. I have to work harder, chat. These rentals. I mean, I've been working I've been working, but I need to do the work that is the less fun work, you know. Before, yeah, right. I need to drink more of this tea to wake up. Dude, I feel like Pocket Train. Do you sleep till because you're up at America hours, but you live in England, so I'm pretty sure you must be waking up at 3 p.m. every day. Because I wake up at 11 a.m. You know, and you. Am I right? Man, that's a. Looks like a rogue chat. All right, all the hunter people. I think it's candle shot here, but there's also coin spear poacher to try and get doggy biscuit. I'm pretty sure it's candle shot though. I'm not even gonna ask. Like the potion belt into null with 2 kept cards is almost a certainty here, right? Nothing wrong about waking up at 3 p.m. No, I actually totally agree. Assuming you make it work. Okay, here's the worst part about sleeping till 3 p.m. is like, if you like, you have to wear one of those masks to keep keep it dark. Cause like I find, I don't know, I feel like if I went to bed at a time where I could wake up with the sunlight, but I don't know. Yeah, it's like, it's annoying sleeping during the day, basically.
Spit that out.
I think I always want to go this next turn, so I'm gonna hold here. Ah, there you go. I feel like they have 2 nulls in hand, but didn't draw a potion belt, so they did this line. I bet I'm about to get double nulled here. Yeah. But I don't know. I like watching like motivational content, but mainly to shit on it. Cause they're all like, oh, you like you watch those videos where it's like, you gotta get up at 5 a.m. every day. All right, you gotta start grinding, and it's like, or I could stay up till 5 in the morning working hard. You know what I mean? Like, at the end of the day, if you're working, you're working. Yeah, in fairness, I am grinding. Yeah, exactly. I totally agree, Pocket Train. Your shower is above 32 degrees Celsius. Yeah. Well, it's kind of like, okay. I think, all right. All right. If I were to give someone like I've been thinking about this. Like, if I were to get like the most important things for you to do to be successful, all right? I'd say number 1, the most important thing. Chad, what do you think is the most important thing to being successful? From No Hands' point of view, all right? The most important, it's not even close. Have rich parents is the most important. Smoke weed, buying rooms. I think being celibate, tempo, passion, consistency, mindset. Some of these things are kind of derived from the most important thing. All right. So the most important thing to being successful in the eyes of No Hands, all right, is wanting things. All right. Subscribing to No Hands with Twitch Prime. That's actually number 2. It's even more. It's even. But yeah. So you have to want something. It's like the most important thing. If you want something, now I think the problem is people want things, but not very badly. They'll want it like, you need to have something that's like, it just feels like how, like, you know, every time when I want something, it's like eventually it becomes like, let's say, chat, these days I've been playing, I'm playing PoE like an hour a day, but then I've been going to bed and reading because I've been like, I feel like reading helps me get to my goals faster than playing PoE, you know? So ambition, but like a personal ambition, not like your ambition doesn't have to be the ambition of the world. Does that make sense? But see, hover. Do I ever take Hydrolodon here? Probably not, right? What are you reading? Oh, I started rereading. I'm reading books I used to like. I'm reading the Cartel by Don Winslow again. It's so good. I started reading that today. But yeah. So I don't know what the difference between ambition and drive is, to be honest. But like, you need to want something. You need to want something, and it needs to feel important. It needs. I don't think you need to have a clear vision. I need you. You have to have like, what do I need to do today? Like, and you need to have like that connection to the importance of your. So, going to the gym felt like a waste of time a year ago, but it's felt not a waste of time, largely because like it helps me achieve things that are very important to me. But like a year ago, I kind of didn't like, it didn't feel important. So it's like, okay. So yeah, I think it's hard if you have no idea what you want out of life. And, you know, you're just like, I feel like I should be doing something, but I don't know what to do. It's tough, you know? Exactly, Command. All right, it is. Chad, I gotta have that stamina, you know? You don't want to be the first person, like, finished at the sex cult, right? Stuff like that, yeah. But, so, if, like, it's hard to grind ladder to an extreme degree if you don't have, like, something that's, like, when I grinded ladder the hardest, and when I was, like, really trying to be the best player, like, when I was 21, when I was 22, I was playing poker, or I was 23, semi-professionally, but I, like, dreamed of, like, competing the World Series of Poker and, like, being on the screen and, like, winning something big. And that was, like, very, very something I wanted out of my life. So then I saw Hearthstone. I saw, like, here's an opportunity. And I remember I lost. I did terribly at my first tournament. I kind of reflected on whatever some of the mistakes I made. But I did terribly on my first playoffs before HCT Philadelphia. But that was, like, very painful. But then it kind of almost, like, drove me further because I was like, I know I have something, you know, like, and I know I can do this. And I wanted to win a tournament really bad. And then I won, like, a tournament like 2 months later, which was lucky, but still, like, it was, you know, a big deal. So it's a thing of, like, I had that thing of, like, I want this, and this feels very important to me. It doesn't just feel like, it feels like other things, like, just, but now competitive Hearthstone was, even if they had a competitive scene, doesn't feel important to me. Content creation does make feel important to me, but, like, so it's a weird thing because my content is a lot about being competitive, but I'm not as really invested on the competitive side. I've kind of done it. So even if there was a full scene, it's hard to stay motivated in that area. But yeah, so that's the first thing. Yeah, you need to have something you want. That's the most important thing. And if you don't want anything, then why work? You know? So one thing a day, yeah. Just wait until you win streak and start talking about how you want to win Make Worlds. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. So, what metrics? I mean, I don't know, like viewership, money made. Those are the big two ones. So, yeah, I think it's so simple, but, like, if you don't want something, like, you know, someone said, well, why should you work hard if you don't want anything? You know, it's like, you work hard because something feels important to you. And if you don't want, like, if you get to a point in your life, maybe you've worked your ass off, you've achieved things you want, maybe you just want to chill. You don't have to work that hard at that point. Like, maybe you're 45, you worked your ass off, and you just kind of want to chill, ride things out, you know, drink some wine, you know, hang with the bros, you know, or maybe you're married, hang out with your children, but your children are getting a little bit older. I don't know, but like you don't necessarily like you choose what's important to you. What if I should have picked a candle shot there? But yeah, so that's the thing. If you don't want anything, it's going to be very hard for you. Like because I think some people say, "Oh, I'd like to want things, but I don't," and then they're not motivated. But like, why the hell should you be motivated if you don't want anything? Like, the point of motivation is to get you to do things that are difficult. So if you don't want anything, it's like very hard to stay motivated because it doesn't really make sense to stay motivated. Like it doesn't. You stay motivated because it gets you the things you want, if that makes sense. So that's all I'm saying. Well, like I'm just not convinced everyone needs to be motivated, or maybe your motivation is like, I'm sick of my mom nagging me, and I wanna get that, like I want to get her to stop nagging me, so I'm gonna move out of my parents. Like maybe that's, you know, sometimes you're motivated for something, and that can lead to like other motivations, if that makes sense too. Like, not sure about this. That could be it. So I don't know. It's a son of a Maki roll, chat. It's hard to stay motivated. Yeah. So I think it's like, I think part of the reason, something I have is I really like the feeling of getting great at something. Often when I do something new, I actually hate it. I remember when I started playing poker, I didn't like it. But there's like this is probably why I can work really hard, is because I actually like hate novelty in a way. I like doing the same things over and over and over again. That's why I can play Hearthstone professionally. It's because I like just spending my mana, playing some minions. You know, like I don't need things to be that crazy, if that makes sense. So it's like I'm pretty sure I'm F. Yeah, we're gonna go next, chat. I'm just not gonna win here. So what I'm saying is, like, I don't know. I feel like you have to find what makes you tick and how much you do tick. You know, like maybe like, but because I don't know. I find like I can, despite like playing Hearthstone and going to the gym and having something of a social life, I still have time to waste time. It's amazing how much time you have. Like the amount of time, I think everyone's like, oh, value your time, but you have so much to like. I think people have way more time than they give credit for, and it's about like finding things that you like so you don't get drained from them. Like things that are important to you. There is so much time, yeah. It's crazy. Like so it's I totally agree. Yeah, so it's a thing of like if right now I'm being hyper efficient with my time because I want a lot out of my life and things are going really well for me, so I waste my time watching twists. Yeah, but so that's what I mean. It's like it's not a lot of times it's actually like nice to waste time. You know what I mean? But it's a thing of like so it's about when you want things, it takes less energy to do them. You know what I mean? Because you like them. It's very hard to do things you hate all day long. I probably do about like an hour of work I hate every day. You know what I mean? Like absolutely hate, and then I like try and stick away from that. But like I feel, yeah, if that makes sense.
I hunt alone.
Is there still competitive scene to pick my current happiness? Yeah. So yeah, so it's a thing of like, what type of work do you hate? I hate like organizational work. Like I have to, I'm doing stuff to like get my taxes ready. It's so miserable. I probably could just hire someone, but like then I have to do the work of hiring someone. So that's like not an auto key to happiness. So I'm gonna try. I don't know if this is correct. Where so yeah, like especially like things with lots of like sometimes like getting all those little YouTube details. Like I hire someone for a lot of it, but um, 3 mana Hydrolon. Let's go. Yeah. I wonder if you know if that would be 500 pounds is like that doesn't sound so bad for them to do all the work. That's wait, I don't know what the exchange rate is, but yeah. But also yeah, so yeah, that's not bad for how miserable it is. Uh yeah. Trying to think of what other work. Sometimes like this isn't absolutely miserable, but like sometimes like getting all the stuff prepared for a sponsor. The actual sponsorships are fun, but like I think so like some sponsors you have to like I had one where like you have to you have to memorize a bunch of stuff, you know? And that's sort of like but sponsorships are fun. What do I do here? I feel like I want to wait it out here.
I hunt alone. I hunt alone.
Yes.
I moves quickly.
Our gift of the arcane enlightens us.
But don't you? Chat, just turned 5, by the way. Oh my god. Chat, why did this card... this is some... Look, chat, what is this bullshit? Like, I play this game brilliantly. I actually have an out, actually. If I top deck... if I get Devouring Swarm, I think I might be able to clear this, but... Wait, this is, if I had a 12, 17... Should not queued into a rogue. Headwind. Yeah. My body. Well, Demon Hunter be Death Knight? Demon Hunter already is tier 1. You like the nerfs? I don't even know what they are. All right, chat. Let's talk about the nerfs and what they're likely to be. All right. So let's talk about null. What do you guys think the most likely nerfs to nulls are? 6 mana is easy. They could also okay. I feel like location. 5 mana, 4/5 non-rogue cards. Yeah. I feel like location should be like just one, either it needs to be one proc or not get no stealth, maybe. I feel like one proc makes sense because then it kind of turns the deck into an all-in deck. So the deck loses to one board clear, but that's kind of, you know, but no stealth could be it. Yeah, I think no stealth is probably the best. It really limits the classes that can fight back against it, which I think is I don't know. I have no idea what they do for quest. Is it like, do they make the first proc 5 so it's harder to get off? I don't know. Like, do they not get a discount? Like, what are they gonna? What the heck are they gonna do with it? You know, quest goes to two mana. The first 2 mana quest. Yeah, I thought it was too efficient for the cause. All right, we're back to the games. Even more discounts. Yeah, like the problem with 6 cards is it actually can be to prove it.
Caught this one eating hearty snacks.
So strange. I think it's reasonable. Frost Death Knight would be an OP deck if Rogue, Death Knight, and Hunter weren't all even more OP decks. But I don't think it's unreasonable, basically.
Spit that out.
Thoughts on Mind Lock? Oh God, I hate that. Like, Chad, I'm. It's ironic because I'm good at math, but I hate decks that are just like pure calculation and efficiency. It just kills the soul of Hearthstone. Like, there's nothing like Mind Lock is just like a math problem. Like, you know, Chad, I think Hearthstone is supposed to be art, and when Hearthstone just turns into like this, like, and it's someone who's good at math. Like, Hearthstone's not just meant to be a glorified math problem. You know what I mean?
Spit that out.
Alright, yeah. But okay. Oh, it's so annoying that they didn't get a wait. That's it. Oh, we're fine. Come. You know what? I was gonna not go Hydrolon here, but they're just kind of dying here, right? Like, so we just go in and win. Like, they have no value here, right? All right, low rolls, please. But it was Risky Skipper was also art. There was a glorified philosophical problem. Like I like value battles. That's like what's the most fun in Hearthstone when it does exist. Is that okay? Chad, do I ever throw away coin preemptively to play around them getting coin and then this card being scabs? Chad, I'm gonna do it. So my gut says it's like the only way we lose. That's good, right? Right, man. More like you being a masochist. Masochist is wait. I probably have some sadistic tendencies in Hearthstone.
Go even further beyond.
So, Like, okay, it's like here's the thing, like, all right, I consider myself like Gohan at times, you know? You know, like Gohan or like Goku too. Like they start to beat the big bad guy and they could just finish him off, but they kind of want the fight to go farther. And like Goku does this to Frieza, Gohan does this to Vegeta. It's a bit of a weakness, to be honest. That's kind of how I like why I like Priest. It's like I'm winning, I want to enjoy the win, you know? Just let it go on. Yeah. Exactly. Time for the Dragon Lord. That's exactly it, yeah. Yeah, song. I
Rexar versus the Lich King.
Let the hunt begin.
Era mi corazón. Dun, 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 dun.
What a delicious party! Hunt alone.
Just taste.
Yeah, what the heck? Check. Cox gotta go. Yeah, Cox dodged some nerfs. I mean, I don't know. We'll see if the game is still okay.
Taste.
What deck is tier 1 at the moment? Rogue, and Rogue, and then also Demon Hunter. This deck probably tier 1 too. Wait, oh, they're actually, chat, I still thought that, chat, they still could be a Rogue. They've only played neutrals. Thoughts? Seems good. Shit, I forgot. I forgot how Trog works.
Citadel stands strong. I hunt alone.
Our gift of God shields us, arcane bolt.
But eh.
I hunt alone.
Frostbolt.
That. Oh, they got my good guy. Well, they didn't get my head. They didn't give it this guy though, so we're fine. Do they have lethal here?
I hunt alone.
One off, right? We actually are 2 damage off. It actually was the least important minion, yeah. Where we missed, I wonder where he missed damage. Yeah. Shit, we got some.
My blood for the Lichking.
Chat, it was chat. This is like okay. Chat, you know when like the characters at DBZ look like they're losing, and then like Pickle will be saying to Frieza, be like, haha, looks like you're not winning this one. And then Frieza's like, actually, I'm at only 1% of my power. That's basically what I did there.
Rexa versus Randa.
The moon give me strength.
Let the hunt begin.
Yeah, dude, Piccolo's a good. Piccolo's the kind of like the guy who's an asshole until he has a kid and then he becomes a great dad. Where Gohan was like a nice kid but then became a terrible father. It's like the opposite of Piccolo, basically. Or Goku, I mean.
I hunt alone.
I think I'd rather I need to hit. I'm gonna hold weapon here. And what?
Just taste.
Yeah, I guess so. I didn't finish it, but I watched like a few seasons of Hunter x Hunter, and his dad's a terrible dad. He just like I don't know. Yeah, dude, I feel like okay, anime has all these terrible father figures, but then like the kids somehow like grow are all super talented and like succeed despite their dad sucking. Am I right? Like that's not how it works in the real world. It's like important, you know, it's very helpful to have like I could yeah. But Vegeta's actually not a bad dad. He's like you know, he's Vegeta's like a like kills people as a bad person, but I feel like he's like a decent dad. Am I right? Thoughts? Oh, I'm so close to lethal here, right? But I don't have it, right? I'm one off, right? Terrible husband. I'm not sure if he is a terrible husband.
I hunt alone.
Just taste.
knowledge the stars provide.
I have lethal here. Ah, chat, I'm just barely off here, right? Devouring Swarm, maybe?
I hunt alone.
Chat, is it better to go double Shockspitter here or go brand Shockspitter? I don't even know. I don't know which one's better. Yeah, so but it's like deception. Stuff like that. What? Chat. Eh. Yeah, open for a boomer. Chat, they're ranked 16. I don't think they're a boomer. Son of a dead chat. Hey, do I ever get there? How much damage do I have here?
Well fought. I concede.
Chat, has constructed Hearthstone a graveyard on Twitch this week? I feel like not only is Battleground super hot right now, but also like the standard sucks, so it's like a double whammy. Yeah. Chat, I was thinking about going to some sex cult out in the suburbs. Yes, tomorrow, taking tomorrow off, but it's supposed to be snowing, so I think I'm not going to. Yeah, there's like, yeah, it's yeah, snowing is, yeah, it's not fun. Yeah, it's a little more tame, to be honest, the Monster Hunter, you know. Too many little more old people, but it is what it is. Tux is a... I don't know, Battlegrounds is too much of, like, it's just too many decisions. I get exhausted on it. I like I like the having decisions that feel important to me.
Rexa versus Illitin.
This ends now. Let the hunt begin. Time grows short. Hunt alone.
Caught this one eating hearty snacks.
How to beat a control deck like Frost Death Knight. First of all, Frost Death Knight is not a control deck. I try to outvalue them with Miracle Rogue and Big Spell Mage. It isn't working. Jackpot Whisk half the time. So what do you mean by outvalue them? For example, let's say you're up against Frost Death Knight. They're trying to kill you. You have the value advantage. So I don't know what you mean. You have to clarify better. Like an easy way to beat Frost Death Knight is if they don't kill you quickly, is to like get like taunts that give you heal. So
Spit that out.
this is why I'm so out of touch. People are like, how do I beat Jailer Frost Death Knight? And in my mind, I'm like, how do you lose to Jailer Frost Death Knight? Like, this is like why, you know, when sometimes the internet is like, all right, NoHandsGamer is out of touch. I'm like, I can't really say they're wrong. You know what I mean?
Spit that out.
How do I? Okay. All right, chat. Do you guys want to like, chat? I debated my tempo video that I made like 2 years ago. Chat, fundamentals of Hearthstone. Chat, what is the most? Chat, what is the fundamentals of her tempo? The fundamental win condition in Hearthstone is tempo. What is tempo? I spend my mana. I play minions. I play as much stuff as I possibly can. I do as much stuff as I can every single turn. I try to kill my opponent as fast as possible. All right. That is the fundamentals of Hearthstone. Now, I actually think that's really boring, Hearthstone, when that's always the right play. But at the end of the day, that will always be the fundamentals of Hearthstone. Hearthstone is a very tempo-based game.
Circle round.
Spit that out.
I realize freezing's actually insane here because they've already gone one Feldari Warband here. So it's tempo equal play on curve. So tempo is actually more easy to explain in chess. In chess, both players have the same amount of value, right? They both start off with the same amount of pawns, but the same amount of stuff. But why does white have an advantage? Why does have white? Because developing your pieces is kind of like playing your minions on board. So in chess, it's kind of like, all right, if I'm Nazi Germany, and I'm trying to invade France. This I think happened in World War One. I have this big army. I can just go and try and kill them before they can get their military going. All right. We're not Nazi Germany. I'm World War One Germany. Sorry, I get my confused. All right. I think I used that example in my this. You know. So whatever. In my but because I like world. Go back to Dragon Ball comparisons. Okay. Am I gonna die here? No way, dude.
Locked and loaded. Get him. What a delicious party.
So okay. All right. Anyway, if I'm like okay, so if I okay, let's say I'm okay, so I've done more thinking World War One. I know World War One Germany tries to just go and invade France, but then they kind of mess up, right? And then you get trench warfare, which is kind of a value war. World War One is actually much more like Hearthstone. World War Two, I don't know if it's like maybe Hearthstone. Yeah, so World War Three is United Stormwind, which is like first to get their nukes. But yeah. So, oh yeah, so like okay, look, Civil War America. Civil War America, the North has the value advantage. It has the population advantage, but the South has all the good generals apparently. And the South tries to go for a tempo win, but then they F up, and then the North crushes them in the value war. Right? So, all right. So, anyways. South to the Mulligan better. I don't know. I'm out. Alright, do I keep these? Actually, I think I'm gonna keep these. Did that? Okay, I just shows you how little I know about actual history. So, anyways. Yeah. All right. Chad, is it like, are people actually, should I just not do like examples? I don't know. I'm like, I think like war games, like Hearthstone is a war game, like Warcraft 3 is a war game. So I find, even though if I give bad examples, like I actually think they're like, I think it's a reasonable thing to make more examples. Is like, am I wrong? Should I, is it like, I don't know. That's, yeah, I mean, it's like, so I don't know. An example. Half the reason why I'm here. Yeah.
You can't take this. Trust what you see.
Chad, you ever So you ever what was that YouTube channel like Drunk History, where they had somebody like the people get drunk and they explain history, but so yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It's like. The basics of this show. You make the wildest claim. We want the. Yeah, I don't know. It's like I think I'm dead. I think I'm dead too. All right, we go next. I can't win here. Man, chat. Turn 2 Null wins games. Who would have thought? Chat. My opponent actually went turn 2 Null and then went double concoction or a concoction for 3/3 on turn 2, and it's just like too much tempo. All right, chat. Let me see my actual tempo video. You can see Fat Me with where tempo Hearthstone with okay, so here we go. Let's with no beard. You can see who's hotter. Chat, I actually think this version of me is hotter. Chat, I'm all right. So let's see. We have kinds of tempo. Oh, history of tempo. Here we go. Yeah. Oh, here we go. Great stuff. Great content. Here you go, sir. Regular warrior.
And now, let the hunt begin.
I'm at 2 times speed, so. Yeah, so I did use the World War II example in my video, so it's like, I don't know, it's like, you know what I mean? Two times. Chat.
Hunt alone.
Chat, dude, I swear COVID, like, didn't Jesus have a story about tempo? Did he, Meaty? Oh, that would be great. What was Jesus like? Do you have a parable about it? I could totally see that. It's probably like, oh, I don't know. Don't worry about the perfect plays. Just show up to church or something like that. I don't know. Like Jesus had a lot of that stuff, right? Where like the Pharisees are being like assholes, and then he's like, actually, you don't know what you're talking about, right? The parable of talents, okay. God of tempo confirmed. Jesus, oh god. Oh, here we go. Oh, Chad this hando. Okay, our hand is legit insane, by the way. I heard that Jesus didn't like the Runestone lenders, so why did they equip the 1-3 weapon and started flipping tables? Oh, it's so funny. Oh my god, I don't know. I don't know. That's so good. Oh, that's so funny. I don't know. Oh my god. Jesus. Yeah, aren't we all sinners though, Josie, right? Event. Okay, how many weapon hits have I done this game? I've done, so, okay. Okay, I believe I've done, so this will be my 5th, right? So I'll have 6. So my brand shock spitter does 14 damage, right? I'm trying to see if I can set up lethal here. So I can't really set up lethal, right? I can't set up lethal from hand here, I don't think. Yeah, so 6 would be, I get the shock spitter. Oh, it's 1 mana though, right? Okay, so if I go 19, then I hero equip this, then it's 17, all right? Then hero power is 15 and I'm 1 off, right? So I think I control the board a little bit then.
I hunt alone.
I think I'm always playing Hydra here, right? Seems too good to not to. And I can just win with control on the board as well. I like, so I might still win, but yeah. So basically, I'm trying to find, can I win without board there? That's the question I'm trying to find out. So what I do there is if I can win without board, then there's no point in me. So it was lethal with weapon swing, so they'd be at 19. Then this would be 17. Hero power would be 15, and then brand double 7 drop is 1 off, right? So they would have been at 19, but I'd have 1 less guy, right? So it's the same math, but like that's what I mean when I say like I had to have board here. So it's lethal, right? Yeah. So you can see I would have been 1 off here, or because they would be at C. 17 because you hero power equip weapon. No, I'd have 3 more damage here. See that? So I was 1 off. I needed to have board to have lethal here. That's what I mean. Oh, wait. You're saying I should... No, wait, what? Wait. No, I wasn't... Like, I needed board to have lethal there on turn 6. Yeah, I think... the main method.
With honor. Let the hunt begin.
You never count. No, he didn't break any rules. There's no bans. You're allowed to be dubbed in this channel, just not in every way possible. Chad, if being dumb were banned, I would have to ban myself, unfortunately. So, which I don't really want to do. No one's getting banned. Yeah, exactly. This is tough because these. I think it's Shock Spitter though. Like, man, those are all so good. Those are all so good. But I think we just go for the fast win here.
I hunt alone. More meat. More meat.
Six. I mean, six is way too much. If you're gonna do that, if you're gonna increase the cost of the double concoctions, you increase it like 4. But that also might kill the cards. I would like more concoctions that backfire. All right, that like seem good at first and then they're bad. That seems fun to me, but maybe not fun to everyone. I don't know. What do I do here?
I hunt alone. I move quickly.
Or more like so. I feel like, yeah, but yeah. Why Hero Power instead of Astalor? He's not nerfed yet. Because I can use him on minions, and I only get 1 hero power. It's free value, so I want to basically weaving in the hero power. Concept of weaving in the hero power is burn damage becomes valuable, so you do it every turn. You can see here now because I waited, I can use the 4/3 here into here, and the Astalor, and I get to hit face with my weapon, which is good. And then, so I don't know if I'm winning here.
Our gift of the arcane enriches us.
Do I have lethals next turn? So if I go face, it's 11, and this is 7. So it's 4, and so that should be exact 2 turn, right? This is 5 damage. This is 12 damage. That's 7 damage. Yeah, we go face. Weapon, shock spitter, hero power. Should be a win. They need a taunt here.
Tongues will be severe.
I have so much in store.
Wait, what? Oh. A vat? Hey. That's true, Vaya. That's true. So Rogue Nerfs might, without Knowles. That's just shown. The Deadly Shot one is the one I hate the most. Mind Warlock will. Mind Warlock gets can only be so strong because it gets hard countered by Viper. Like if I want to build a deck that beats Mind Warlock, all I have to do. Maybe it doesn't get hard countered, but it's like Viper's pretty good against it, right? Well, it's not really backfire, it's changing the effect. Is what I suggested. So, like, the example is like, I actually think, like, instead of a 3-drop, you get a double, you get like double a 6-drop instead of 2 3-drops. Or like, let's say you got draw 2 and 3 drops. It'd be like draw 2 minions from your deck that cost 3 or less. Summon copies of them. That sounds kind of cool, right? So like they would all have unique combinations, and some combinations are better than others, which I think would be cool. I kind of save this to trade. Druid come back. I mean, Druid could definitely be part of the meta. Who knows? Chat, anything's possible if you believe in the power of friendship.
Our gift of the arcane enlightens us.
Wake up, wake up.
Our gift of the arcane enlightens
That.
us.
Eh. All right, give me that explosive trap, baby. Explosive, explosive. Let's go and. Ooh! Ooh! Oh, oh, so good. Oh, perfection. Oh, 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 so good. Clear the board, 12 face. Oh, Should never nerf. Dude, I actually agree with that. Wait, what? Are you just never gonna hit face, dude? Bird's house. Bird's house. Let's go. Let's go with the bird's house. Do I ever go harpoon gun here? To try and hit, doesn't get dis. I don't think I do. I don't think it's worth it. I don't think I win on turn 7. I think I would go for turn 8 win. Like can I win on turn? This would be 6 plus 14. Like, I think I'm just gonna. Turn off my speakers. Yeah. That. My opponent, as they realize they're gonna die. But now what? Now my opponent waits to die. I'm surprised they didn't use this for heal, to be honest. I guess I could shadow step this a bunch of times. Kind of use it as like a Wait, chat, isn't Ancient of Lore kind of okay, think about this. Restore 5 health versus Astalor, which is 5 mana, gain 5 mana. But the mana thirst. Chat, I've been kind of getting on the power, like anti-power creep people. Like I've been like, at first I was like, power creep is just part of life. But I don't know. Lately I've been kind of anti-power creep. It just seems like everything is just, you know what I mean? It's just like I hate that. Like I feel like cards from 2022 are power creeped out. You know what I mean? We already have 0, but you already have a turn 2 doubles 3/5 rush, you know. I don't know. It's like I feel like power creep's been a lot lately. I don't know. Maybe I'm imagining things. But like sometimes it's when cards are just good, but they're not like Death Rattle Rogue was a deck I could respect because it was broken, but it was also easy to beat if you because it's like, you know what I mean. And I'm a dirty priest player, so I like that deck being in the meta. But I don't know. It's like I don't know. It's like the way it's going. Like imagine what Hearthstone's gonna be like 3 years from now. It's gonna be like I'm sick of my opponent putting 80 worth of stats on turn 0 before the game's even started. Like where do they have to go? You know. Yeah. You get it. You think it will? Oh yeah, absolutely would be. 1 mana 6/6. Yeah, you run that in every deck. So I think also I don't like so cards that are just good. I really don't like. So for example, let's say you had like a 1 mana 5/5. Like let's say you think okay, in, Rage Warrior too shitty, right? Yeah, so that's what I'm not sure on ghost loads. It's I didn't, but what I don't like is like when cards become extinct, not because they're badly designed cards, but it's just like they just can't keep up with the power creeped world, you know? Oh, this was really good. Like when a card, like things like I don't know. I'm trying to think of I guess the cards like I'm trying to think of like cards from a year ago that were good. Like Kazakhstan, or not Kazakh, like or the what Kazakhs and Kazakhstan are both good examples. Cards that were really like really good and broken, and they're just unplayable garbage now. You know what I mean? Like, oh, getting 2/5/5 Divine Shields after a 3/3, so terrible now. You know what I mean? Like, I don't. I feel like that's a little much. Something like the fact that it's a year later and these cards are just garbage, just unplayable garbage. Not sure about that. Yeah.
I know all the steps.
Symptoms will be severe.
Can it? Yeah, it's an interesting thing because in PoE, everybody complains about nerfs all the time. It's the exact opposite of Hearthstone. So it's kind of like it's an interesting, but PoE is also player versus environment. It's player versus the economy as well, but it's a little more PV player versus environment than Path of Exile, right? Or yeah.
I know all the steps.
Symptoms will be severe. The sun exposed.
Is that? Eh. I probably have to use this on one of these. Taking too much damage here. I think I win, chat. Nice. I don't have lethal. If I top deck Brand, I have lethal, right? But they have the top deck, like they have the top deck Wicked Stab to win here, I think, because I just go Hydra all done. I don't have any way of dealing with this though, but this ever lethal? Let's go face, make the math easier. This is seven. Chat, one off, right? One off here, right? 7, 9, 11, 13. Damn. All right, let's see if they get a lethal top deck. My favorite neutral spell? Wait, there's only one neutral spell.
You can't always trust.
Let's go, dude. Witness the Hydrodon. Get him.
Rexa versus Tavish. I'll make my own fortune.
Let the hunt begin.
Favorite neutral weapon? Wait, there's only one neutral weapon, right?
What a delicious party.
Okay, here's the truth about investments, Dave Silly Goose. There's only one safe investment out there. It's runestones, all right? Invest now. Like, Chad, is it an investment better than gold, better than the US dollar, you know? I was thinking about doggy whisking this. It's probably right. Not bad.
Caught this one eating party snacks.
And this is to go.
JJ, thank you so much for the gift sub. Get on that sub train. Thanks so much, JJ. It's good. Exactly debatable. Please press the bell, we'll make it much better. You're so lucky, dude.
Spit that out.
Do you want any pets? K-Bell, I could see myself having a pet in the future, but my life is all about efficiency right now, and pets are a tax on efficiency. But like you basically you lose efficiency, but in exchange you get like unconditional love or conditional love if you buy a cat. So yeah. Exactly, Gurk. So maybe I'll get a animal eventually, but not right now. That's a too efficient. Which animal would you buy? I mean, I'd probably get a dog. But Chad, I could see myself. I mean, I'm allergic to both dogs and cats, but like I could develop an immunity to it. I could never have like a golden retriever. Golden retrievers are too much, but dog is probably most likely. Dogs are like kids that never grow. To get a cat. I'm not. Well, I'm not gonna get either. So. Like I see myself I'd get more likely get a I don't know a dog or a cat like if Maybe they don't get it explosive. Oh, freezing. Okay. Oh, they got freezing first. That's interesting.
You better watch your step in this one. Locked and loaded.
I do notice. I feel like getting a cat is good for the streamer brand, but yeah, I don't know. I like the most likely situation where I get an animal is if I get into some sort of domestic partnership with somebody and they want an animal and I'm open to the idea, you know? King of Tat, make a cat tax right up. Nice. Ooh. Get a girlfriend. Yeah.
The tracks lead this way. Our gift of the arcane enlightens us.
Not sure about this. I didn't really do the calculations here. Do I have lethals? How much damage does my... All right, I've gone through one candle shot. Chat, does anyone know how many weapon hits I've done? With you, honestly, okay, the best, yeah. Four. Am I dead? Wait, I'm not dead. Nice. Wait, chat, are they one off here? Wait. Okay.
Here, girl. I smell an ambush.
This is 8. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? 12. So I need 1 damage. I can get 2 out of 3 on the hero power, right?
Lead this way.
That's not okay. That's lethal. Nice.
Arcane bolt. Locked and loaded.
How do you take his editor? Well, I think the domestic partnership is all. Well, it's like I could have a girlfriend but not be living with them. You know what I mean? So like, so it's actually a thing I've thought about. Where like, if I started dating someone. Okay, my past girlfriends, I would pretty much always break up before the stage of like potentially moving in together, right? But if like the problem is like I'm up, I'm up to like 1 in the morning screaming like at like my computer, which I feel like would be on it like it would be, I don't know, so I don't know. It's funny. My girl went over there, yeah.
The iron divine is mine.
I don't know. Chat, right now I'm kind of keeping my options open. Chat, I've been going on like Instagram. I've learned there's all these, Chat, you guys know all the Zoomer talk? They have all these things like catch and feels and like I don't know. Is that one of them? Catch and feels? I'm pretty sure that's a common one, right? Like, do they have? I don't know. Does anyone know the other ones? It's like 10 years old. Okay. What is Riz, chat? What are the new ones? Oh, my friend I wanted to ask you guys. Okay, my friend, I was talking to her, and like, she was telling me about the Zoomer talk, and she said something. I was like, I don't know if well, let me see if I can find it in my text messages. Or I was like, I'll ask my chat, but I forgot to ask you guys. I think I want to commit to going Battling Ram next turn. I have a slow hand. Okay. Well, I know. Oh, they said the term bet. Do you guys know bet? Is that a thing? I don't know. Bet's pretty old, Chad. Oh my. Okay. I have no idea. No Kappa. Yeah, I have no idea what bet is. Bet's so last year. All right. Okay, never mind. Chad, I'm out of touch, I guess. Trying to make that happen. Yeah. Bussin'. Okay. Yeah. At that. Boneglaive. It's that. Chat, what is it? There's all this bull crap over here. All right, I actually have great plays, to be honest, though. Do I ever take Hydrauldon? No, I think I know the play. I can set up a lethal in 2 turns here. I lethal them on turn 7. It's actually a great top deck. At that. Chat, this card is better in Rogue than it is in some bullshit to win. That's true. At that. Wait, are they threatening lethal on me? Son of a gun, chat. Can I ever kill 1 and still have lethal? Probably not, right? This is 10 damage to face, and the next turn is 12 damage. So actually, with the hero power, okay, so if I go one of these on this and one of these on face, they go down to 13, right? I hero power, so they're down to 11. And then I have lethal. Okay, so I kill one of their guys. That's the answer. Bullet dodger, no hands? Woohoo! They call me the bullet dodger. Chat, calculated actually. Let's go. People still say sizzle. So never worried for a second. I bet you it's low. Lit, okay. Lit, I hated. I remember, I think I was like 26 when Lit came out. I really didn't like Lit. Lit, I never, and then I would, that's like probably was the signs of me getting elderly. Yeah, Lit came out like 7 years ago. And like, I don't know. It was, Chad, you could just do what I do and just pronounce every card wrong, and then you can make your own slang, right? Like, you could just pronounce words wrong. I like Fuego, though. Fuego's good.
Caught this one eating party snacks.
I hunt alone.
But my opponent hits 2 effing taunts here. Heh. Cat's a great top deck, actually. Wait, son of a gun, chat. The last thing I want to get, they could shadow step that. That'd be really bad, actually. What? Hey. Oh, they are shadow stepping it. Son of a shadow step, chat. What do I even do here? I'm kind of getting effed. Okay, I kind of feel like I go shock spitter here. Like I can get more shock spitters with selected breeders. I don't really like my other plays. But do I kill the? Yeah, I think I killed the. Are you guys actually turning that into a meme? Alright, so. Let's follow it like. Wait. What?
Our gift of the arcane enlightens us.
I hunt alone.
About an hour thing. So cringe, no cap. Yeah. Who let the dogs? Yeah. I kind of, what I'm saying with this play is I realize I'm just not winning fast enough here, and I have to like hope for a high draw down victory when I top deck this.
Our gift of frost.
Yeah, they do this. I can go high draw down. Maybe we get a win here. We also have Astalor, so we're trying to just fight for board the old-fashioned way. It's actually not a bad spot to be in. I got the weapon hit. I got a Devouring Swarm here, so I could get like more value. Alright, sad if I get scabbed here. Scabs is probably losing for us. Son of a Scabs, chat! Should have seen this coming. Should have known my opponent was a dirty Scabs player. It looked like they had Scabs, but what am I going to do there, you know?
Our gift of frost shields us.
You can play one of these and then play Hydrolodon to get 3 rush minions, kind of cool. And that base? Okay. I don't know what's gonna be dominant. I could see I mean, if you nerf Rogue and did Demon Hunter hard enough, a lot of changes have to happen. And Hunter, because this deck could easily dominate. Like this deck, I mean, you could build control decks to definitely beat this, but this deck could definitely be better. Control decks do get annoyed by this deck because Rogue prediction. Yeah, it depends on what the nerfs are, and how hard they like. If they have the courage to delete.
Hunt alone.
Our gift of fire and power.
What? I'm just dead. Chad, I honestly forgot about this guy. I don't even know what you say bet for, though. What the kids are saying it for these days. David Tell Oh crap, my eye got messed up. You clearly have hands. What? All right.
Versus
There you go. Chad, I'm real tense. Chad, I've worked out for I've worked out a lot this week. Welcome to the stream. You know, right?
What a delicious party!
Magic kick away.
Caught this one eating party snacks.
Ooh, nice one. Bat! Chat, alright. Will this be the time they play Potion Belt and then don't do double null? Feels like Neo. Yeah. Wait, pushing what?
Spit that out.
Chat, never null. That's nice. Chat, Rogue actually feels like a well-balanced class when they don't draw null. Thoughts? Chat, I feel like my opponent's class is fair and balanced right now. Thoughts? It's turn 4, they've played 2 cards. They've drawn like a little stuff and they've removed a little bit of my board. Chat, incoming 14-14 Edwin. Get that? Pat! Oh, they got that guy off the top. That's actually really unlucky, right? Chat, how does Rogue just... What?! How do they just have infinite mana?
Quickly.
Like, how? Oh, and... Oh, yeah, this is okay. Oh, 14-14. Alright, I don't know. I don't even know what to do here. Top deck brand, maybe? Is that ever lethal? Yeah, wait. No, it's still not. And they ignore this. Listen, for real, no cap. Opponent is very high roll. Thoughts?
Symptoms will be severe.
Wait. Chad, is Edwin top deck lethal here? Or Bran top deck? Wait, I actually have Bran or Shockspitter is 10, right? 10, 13, 14. Wow, I have top deck. I have a 1 in 22 or 2 1 in 11. Oh, figures. Oh, figures. Oh, chat. I thought my opponent ran out of 0 mana cards, but who? Well, I was a fool, right? A 4% lower win rate. Wait, just means like 51%, right? I'm not even. I don't know. I'm like, Chad. I can only take this so much. Worldly superior. That's true, Paladin. Chad, it's not about winning. It's about being better than your opponent, like as a human being. Tiny Hands Gamer, thanks for the 50 months. Hey, hello, Hannah. Get on that so train. Thanks so much, Tiny Hands Gamer. Oh, you release Please Navidad? I'll put it in the queue. All right, later, Purple Funk.
Versus Illidan.
This ends now. Let the hunt begin.
What? Do you think APM and Priest is a good deck to climb with? Do I think you should like sell all your possessions and invest in runestones? Do I think multi-level marketing is a great investment? Only one of these is true. Chat, do I think...
Caught this one eating party snacks.
I hunt alone.
Crypto or runestones? It's a trick question because runestones are actually a great investment. Okay, this hando.
Hunt alone.
All right. Yeah, I feel like if they just really like if they made Astrolore Final more of a board clear and less of a burn tool. So it's like it's a good deck. It's still a good card to put in your control deck. Maybe like I think deal 3 damage to all enemies, mana thirst 6. I think that's a good adjustment. Wonder if maybe we'll see if Blizzard listens to my stream. No Hand says this. That's a great idea. All right, chat. Okay. If you have to decide whether to like either go to college or invest in runestones, which do you choose? Yeah. Here's the truth is like what are you going to learn in college? They're going to teach you in your classes invest in runestones. So why would you pay money to like learn to invest in runestones when you could just invest in runestones, you know? Artifact. Oh yeah. Yeah, Pocket, your odds for getting worlds actually might have gone up, right? Like, because it's like ladder. I mean, it's gonna be you versus like Jay Huang and that, right? Jay Huang's one of his like 14 alternative accounts. Would drop out. That's such a flex, actually.
Smart moves. I can
Chat, my opponent surrendered. He just Smith in the Matrix. It's kind of funny that like the punishment Jay got for cheating on ladder is just the punishment we all got 1 year later, forever, you know? He was streaming on another account, but like I think he might have. Let's see. Just let's look up Jay Huang. He changed it to Jay Huang 456.
Versus Malfurion.
Wait, did he get banned as well? Let's see. 1, 2, 3. All right. I think he got banned on Twitch. How do you get banned in Hearthstone? It's pretty difficult. Chat witness skill. What did he do? He just was stream sniping a lot. I don't know what you got banned on Twitch from Hearthstone. It's more like what hasn't he done? But in a way, well, banned for sniping, really? No, it was just on like he was blatantly doing it all the time. So everybody knew about it. And eventually they got a real nice Twitch soundbite of like him sniping. Then Jay Alexander posted it. And then it was too viral for Blizzard to ignore and they banned him. Chat, I've learned if you want to, okay, so in 2022 or now 2023, like if you want somebody to get punished for something, going to like a court or like pressing charges of them isn't really doesn't really work. What you do is you go to online and you and then you bet them up, or I don't know, insert hip thing, and then yeah, that's what it's all about. Because I always don't like, what I always don't like is like, I get annoyed that like you have to have like a social media outburst to get people in trouble for cheating. You know what I mean? Like we shouldn't have to have a social media outburst to get people in trouble for cheating. It should be like, oh, here's this person. Look into it, and if they get lots of people like saying it's this person, they look into it and they're like, oh, yep, that's cheating, you know. But whatever. Companies don't want to pay, yeah. So like, I don't know. Without Twitter, so many. I think Twitter does a real good thing in that way. Like without Twitter, companies just let all these like terrible people do terrible things because they're like, yeah, it's annoying to like punish them, so we're just gonna turn a blind eye. And Twitter's like, hey, this person's being bad, and then they're like, oh, sorry, my bad. We'll get rid of them. You know, like that's the world now. You know, but really, the companies should just be like, you know, doing that stuff on their own, right? Okay.
Rexa versus Rexa.
I'm acting on instinct. Let the hunt begin.
Son of a truck chat.
I hunt alone.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I see what you're saying, Ghost Loads. It is annoying if they're like, yeah, it is a little awkward. I see the compromise. I see what you're saying. Yeah, I just get annoyed with people cheating over and over again blatantly, and just like laughing at me. They're like, haha, no hands can't do nothing. I'm like, son of a gun.
I hunt alone.
What a delicious.
No 3-1s? Son of a gun, chat.
Caught this one eating party snacks.
Hunt alone.
Yeah, it's I guess what I'm trying to say is I don't like when the world highly incentivizes people to do immoral things, and the only real cost is people wagging your finger at you saying, "Oh, you shouldn't do that." You know what I mean? Maybe the costs are this, but when it feels like when I don't know, yeah, if that makes sense. I feel like there's some good negative incentives are very important, you know? Fat doggy biscuits. I could go coin Candle Shot and clear this, but I really want to just go coin Beastalker here. Yeah. Grandma's house. uh, uh, yeah, but when you have giant societies, yeah, I see. Yeah, it's interesting.
We all miss some.
Woohoo! Woohoo! Oh, that's great. Let's go. Ah, you good boy. Chat, the road to rank 1. Thoughts? Yeah, so I guess what I'm saying is when you have these giant systems that it's very easy to get away with not being held personally accountable. It's important that they have built-in disincentives for immoral behavior. Maybe it's not perfect. Maybe there's just still some incentive, like maybe it's still net positive for some people, but like, yeah. So you don't need to like get every cheater. Maybe you don't even do this, but you just need to have enough that like it's you know, does it matter? Yeah, I think okay. I think you should have to like every time you play a tier 1 like the best deck in the game, you should have to give runestones to my Twitch chat. Thoughts?
Rexa versus the Lichking.
Will serve me in death.
We broke that. Yeah. So, I mean, I would then have a good incentive. Chat. The only reason, like, I mean, I would obviously switch to lower tier decks if I had to pay, because I wouldn't be able to afford the runestones eventually, right? No, I'm not saying me. Like, anytime anyone plays a tier 1 deck, they should have to pay my chat runestones.
I hunt alone.
Keep candle shot in every matchup, right? Okay, we got a good hand.
I hunt alone.
Well, I think that the idea about behind this prescription, I think you don't get the new cards.
Hunt alone.
Because if they just do subscription, then it's like cheaper just to have a subscription. Because that's $120 a year. And it kind of, but it like, I think what subscription is good for in theory is like, so somebody doesn't have to like buy all these old cards that are just going to disappear. So if you want the new cards, you have to pay for it. I think it actually could be a really good idea if done right. But you could just buy like, so let's say you come in, you haven't played Hearthstone in a while. You buy a pre-order and you buy a subscription, and that's 4 months. It's like $120, not cheap, but it's not like $300, $400 that sometimes people feel pressured to pay, you know? I think that could be a good idea. Narrator, it will not be done right. Ooh, it's funny because it's true.
I hunt alone. I hunt alone. More meat.
Stone by stone, storm wind shall fall.
More meat.
Freaking Deadwind chat. Such bullshit.
Symptoms will be severe. Symptoms will be severe.
Yeah, that's but isn't that? But yeah,
Too soon.
my opponent. Oh, the very last out. All right, that sucks. And what happens when the strongest deck is like a deck that's really good at the low ranks, you know, but really bad at the high ranks, or vice versa? I don't know. It is, but it's like, I think the idea is like good though. The idea in theory is like I get to pay $10 and I get to play the game and I don't have this and I can use that to kind of develop a collection and get invested in the game. I think that's a really good idea. You know, so
Let the
And that.
The iron divine is mine.
Actually, you're insane top deck here. Oh, that's a good point.
I hunt alone.
Yeah, I wouldn't have a problem with Planet Fitness's subscription model if they didn't like. The thing that's immoral about those things is they make it really really annoying to like. I was doing one of those gyms for a summer, and you had to like effing send a letter. Like you had to write a letter in the mail. I could like, oh, we can't do this. It's really just like that should just be fucking illegal. Like I should be able to go and cancel. There's no excuse, you know.
More meat.
Yeah, I know, right, Jonesy? It's like.
Please slow down.
I wonder. I moves quickly. I hunt alone. Who knows what secrets will uncover?
Oh wait, I don't set up 2-turn with this play. Oh, this play was bad. I had a better play. Oh, that was a bad play. was a bad play. There was another play that set up 2-turn there. The calculation got too hard there. I don't know. I should... only bad players, yeah. I screwed up that play. I agree, soccer. That is a problem. Good thing Blizzard's nerfing this deck. So it can go back to being just pure smork. Math is for nerds.
Rexa versus Illidan.
The Legion's rage pales before mine. Let the hunt begin.
Are boring and just increase mana stuff. I think nerfs are going to be boring. So here's the thing I've noticed, ZX Soul. When they do this crazy amount of nerfs, it means they're going to be boring nerfs. Because there's too many things for them to think about. Like, so the that yeah. Mm.
Our gift
According to the... Do you think they'll touch this deck? Oh yeah, they've already said they're gonna nerf Shock Spitter. Watch they just make Shock Spitter 4 mana. Like I could see that totally happening. Which is like 4 mana. I don't think it's just too much mana. That, yeah.
Arcane bolt.
I hunt alone.
Rexa versus the Lich King.
All will serve me in death.
Chat Curvestone. That's
The hunt begin. I grant you permission to speak.
Greetings, traveler.
buzzing.
Serve well.
Wait, a rogue? Didn't see that one coming, chat.
Caught this one eating party snacks.
I hunt alone. More meat. I hunt alone.
Wait, I just read the Hearthstone. Yep, they did. Hearthstone is dead in China. I do find it kind of ironic that like Blizzard went through all this controversy, like with like the Blitzchung situation, to like appease China, only to lose all the Chinese business in the end. You know what I mean? Like, does that feel ironic to you guys? It does feel ironic to me. You know, like they nerfed Jaina.
Caught this one
Karma, maybe.
snacks.
Feels like a moral fable, yeah. Jaina nerf, never forget. Was 3% of the revenue, yeah. But they had so much influence, you know, on the game. Like, imagine if America said, all right, as a country said, look, we're not going to let you sell products. Like, we're not going to let you sell products unless you, like, free the nipple or something like that, you know? Like, what if, like, President Biden said, like, look, the only way, you know,
Quickly.
I bet they would do it. But America, we're all conflicted, you know, so. That needs to be 10%. Would you go to war? Yeah.
Stone by stone, storm wind shall fall.
A tactical error.
Our gift of the arcane enlightens us. You better watch your step in this one.
There, it's over. Nice. I guess they can gain armor here, but they can never play cards. Nice dodge you got there. I wasn't sure how that was gonna work with the you know, because it doesn't count, but just wait. Denied.
Rexa versus Rexa.
Let the hunt begin. Bring it on! What a delicious party! What a delicious...
That. Yeah.
Just a taste.
At that.
I hunt alone. Here, girl. I smell an ambush.
I could just take this because I can play it next turn. Beastdog or Tavish is nice here because we're behind, so it's really nice to have a card like him here because it's a really good way to swing back in the game. Like that. And it looks like I have Hydralodon in this spot, so they like probably never play Hydralodon here because it's suicide, because I would just go Hydralodon double trade, but I don't actually have Hydralodon, so it's like actually quite convenient.
Here, girl. I smell an ambush. I hunt alone.
I want to go Beaststalker next turn, so I think I like this better than Hydralodon. Like that.
Is mine.
You better watch your step in this one.
Circle round.
Locked and loaded. You better watch your step in this one.
Circle round.
Locked and loaded.
What are your thoughts on no mind lock changes? I'm not convinced it's going to be OP, but I'm also open to the idea. The the one thing, Mindlock has much more natural counters than other decks, aka Le Viper. But yeah, so. But I don't know. It might be OP. I find OTK decks that you think are going to be OTK, like. Yeah, I'm not sure if I want a Mindlock changes, like, or let Mindlock have its day. All right. One last mine. Chat, if I want to beat Mindlock, I can. Very premature reaction. Savannah Priest is like. I will be annoyed that the game will be super APM heavy potentially.
Rexa versus Illyria.
Tremble before the might of the elves.
Let the hunt begin.
I feel like I like keeping this whole hand. I like keeping Peace Talker because it's super good. And then this like, okay, deals a lot of like 1 and 2 drops and stuff.
What a delicious hot job done. I can't do that. I hunt alone.
Take.
Alright, wager a 7-day ban. Alright, I mean, yeah, I'm not gonna enforce that, but yeah. Did not. Okay.
I hunt alone.
Chat, I have a feel like I feel this next meta is gonna be really hard to predict. I think everyone and we don't even know the degree of the nerfs. Like what happens when like the location for Rogue becomes like -1/1 and you instead of dealing with a 12 stealth, you have to deal with 11 stealth. You know what I mean? Like we've decided that Sinstone Graveyard a little too good.
Symptoms will be severe.
Chat, you think we should play Wild tomorrow? Instead of Standard? Mix it up. But I thought we were doing good this game, and then my opponent just put 19. Enjoy the last days of the meta. Yeah. Hilarious. Hilarious, dude. How do I win, chat? I feel like a lot of losing in my future here.
Our gift of the arcane enlightens us.
Gotta get freezing trap. Those did it. Oh, chat, all I did was completely control the board and I just get killed. Oh god, chat, justify this deck. It's just too good. Chat, I have to, yeah. Chad, do you think when I die and I'm like go up to the pearly gates and they're deciding whether I go to heaven and hell, I can use like the fact that I like I don't think I ever. I like streamed Miracle Rogue like 2 times. You know. St. Peter thoughts. Or is it like? Is that how like? That's why you need like you need any rogue at all is a ticket to hell without. Is that how it works? St. Peter, man. But it looks like they're rogue.
The iron divine is mine. I hunt alone.
Look at that. Ooh, no draw a card here. Wow, that is a desperation play if I've seen one. Pretty good for us though.
Here, girl. I smell an ambush. I hunt alone.
Most virtuous, exactly, Magikarp. It's literally the class of holiness. Like literally.
I hunt alone. Circle round.
Wait, Edwin, low rolls. Low rolls, top deck and location. What? No, just one prep. Okay, we're okay. We're okay, Chad. That was a close one. Hydrolodon? Son of a lack of Hydrolodon, chat.
Circle round.
Meet you soon.
I hunt alone.
Suck. Well, I have discounts, right? For next turn, right?
And this is to go even further beyond.
So I could go Bran. Bran, 2-drop, 1.
Here, girl. I smell an ambush.
I don't know. I don't know. I probably had to set up for turn 7. I just don't win here, right? What? I lose, chat. I can't set up the counter lethal fast enough. Unless they don't get the attack face because they already did all their attacks with the riot. I don't know how it works. Nope, they do get the attack face. I don't know what I was supposed to do there. Is there any theoretical outs here? Not even.
Let the hunt begin.
I do think battle cries are too strong and too. I think what I don't like is every card has a battle cry now, which is I'd like there to be more death rattles in the game. I'd like death rattles to be stronger. I think death rattle. I don't like that every card has a battle cry. Like Trog is like I think the most interesting design cards, you know. What rogue? I mean, Death Rattle Rogue blows now. It got nerfed. It got nuked, dude. They completely deleted Death Rattle Rogue. You know, if they're capable of deleting the Death Rattle Rogue, maybe they're capable of deleting Miracle Rogue. I enjoyed the Death Rattle Rogue lifestyle more than the something about like Invincible is such a cool card, and it actually saw play in Death Rattle Rogue, and they just are like, nope, we want Rogue to make giant stealth minions. You know what I mean? It just bothers me, chat, on a deep psychological level. Great top deck, actually.
This one eating party snacks.
Death Rattle Rogue was cancer. One man's cancer is another man's chemotherapy, right? um, that's because real Death Rattle decks suck. Except for Egg Priest, of course. And that.
Spit that out.
Unto low.
I bet they should put it to 4 mana. Because it's too hard to do the nerf otherwise. Beast Hunter is a more fun deck anyways. That chat, name a more iconic duel. Knowles and costing 0 mana. Ugh.
Our gift of
Like, here's the truth. The 6 mana Knoll might not even be enough.
I know all the steps.
More meat.
stone by stone, storm wind shall fall.
I really like my line. I really like my line this game. I feel like this is a great line. This feels great. Like, until they like discover Holy Nova off like 3 mana, the concoction here, and I literally cry. Yo, this encourages. Wait, I didn't see that, but that's funny, Jerry. Permanent immune while attacking. So it's got built-in ramming mount. Yeah, this looks pretty desperate. I don't actually.
Time's ticking.
They gonna die, right?
That's all for now.
Rexa versus the Lich King.
All will serve me in death.
Let the hunt begin.
I'm lit. All right. Uh,
What a delicious party.
Permission to speak.
Greetings, traveler.
You serve well.
What a delicious party. Just a taste.
Sorry, I'm trying to get distracted. This is... I'm gonna hold weapon here.
Symptoms will be severe. Symptoms will be severe.
Quickly.
Please slow it down. Please slow it down.
Because opportunity to develop his board. That's how it works. Alright, am I getting wrecked here? Not really, actually. Doing okay here. I regret not hitting now. It's always this.
Hunt alone.
Do this first, to be honest.
I hunt alone. I already attacked.
Just want to say I met him. The BG sounds fun right now.
You can't always trust what you see.
You better watch.
Explosive trap first, please. Nice. Freezing trap or improved. This is really ideal here.
Locked and loaded.
So, if you know the mechanics on this, let's say we play explosive, got freezing first. This would go in hand, and then it would trigger the explosive trap. But the way it works is it deals 3 to all, and the freezing just dies before it can trap the freezing trap. So they go face now, and then they hit the freezing trap, and then they say curses.
Played.
My opponent has realized that they're gonna die. That's. Wait, what? Eh. Okay, well, chat, why is every card better when it's played by a rogue? Like, this card's always terrible in Warrior, but they can just get the mana cheating and just get this bull crap. I'm like sick that rogue gets like just to do everything better. Like, it's like they're just here like...
Locked and loaded.
Alright, if we top deck Shock Spitter, might have lethal. I don't know how many weapon hits I've done. And finally balance, yeah.
Stone by stone. Stormwind shall.
BG's is interesting in that it's not self-balancing the way Hearthstone is. So Hearthstone, the theory, like, because there's a deck selection bias, this thing where if more people play a deck, it becomes worse because people play counters. But in BG's, that doesn't, like, it probably happens on a small scale, But like if a hero is broken, you can't just play like another hero that crushes it for the most part. There are some like maybe marginal edges, but like it's not quite the same as in standard. You know what I mean? Chad, I completely wrecked the rogues board and they just like do rogue stuff and crush me. Am I gonna get lethal here? No way. I got a 2 for the taunt though. Son of a gunshot!
You worth the effort.
I mean, there are draws that are lethal, aka Shock Spitter, and there are draws that are not lethal, aka all other draws that are bad. So, what are they trying to prove? They're trying to win. Look, don't hate the player, hate the game.
Light shall bring victory.
So, I definitely hate the game. That.
Here, girl. I smell an ambush.
That. Eh.
Light cannot exist without the dark.
That. So, The Desperate Prayers feels like a mistake. They take away the Zarella out, and they weren't overdrawing. Feels like they just were being. Matt. Okay.
Hand is too full.
Ooh, nice Radiant Elemental you got there. Would be a shame. I'm getting Zarella. Son of a lack of mana cheating chat. Can I random a Blizzard have in mind for the buffs? I don't know. I mean, you can rant. I don't know. It's fine. Okay. That lethal chat?
I hunt alone.
Let's go! Art of the Lethal. Nice rat, dude. I really agree with your points. Exactly, Magikarp. Honorable wins.
Versus Tyrande.
Moon give me strength.
Let the hunt begin.
Oh, no answer. You think it'll be viable and consistent deck after Nerfs? Best to climb. I'm silver. All right. I'm gonna go with Beast Hunter. All right. Beast Hunter, I think, is your go-to deck post Nerf. All right. I think Shock Spitter's Hunter is a thing of the past. You want to invest in Beast Hunter and Runestones. All right.
Caught this one eating party snacks. Spit that out.
Until low.
That.
I can't do that.
Son of a wrong minion getting rushed, chat.
Spit that out.
Biscuit random, yep. Random only out of minions that can't attack. So you would never give like a minion that could just go face rush unless you had no other minions for it to give, which I think is kind of interesting. It's great.
Until low.
Getting Zarella.
What knowledge do the stars provide?
Actually, great top deck here. Yeah. Oh no, they're doing the full pop-off play where they look for this and oh no.
Tell me, Minnow.
The caress of death is not gentle.
How much damage can I do here? 3, 19, 21. So I need them to like really brick here. Nope. Son of a freaking infinite value, chat. Chat, I could top deck another shock spitter here to win here though, so we're still in it. We have we're 1 in 19 to win here. The selective breeder never set up a 2-turn. Let me think. Chat, all right. Yeah, you good boy. Oh, he calls his shot, Chad. He calls it. Chad, this is why. This is what it takes. Let's go, dude. So good at this game. Heart of the cards. Not even worried. It's viable, but is it consistent, Ola? Be right back.
Rexa versus Illidan.
The Legion's rage pales before mine.
Let the hunt
Begin.
Protagonist confirmed. Let's go. Shogun protagonist all day, every day. Chat thoughts. All right. Really toss everything? That hand's terrible. Yeah. A devouring swarm and an Astalor, a selective breeder, with no weapon. If you're keeping that hand, don't be surprised when you lose all your games. Coining this it just gets wrecked way too often. Like, and I like getting the weapon it's going right. Yeah, I would have died, and then I just.
Caught this one eating party snacks.
With that? With that? Well, they probably have a Steno, so we just need to put as ton of many stats on board as possible. Trog would be insane here, I feel like. No, Trog's actually good in this spot, I'd say.
Caught this one eating party snacks. Spit that out.
What a delicious
Spit that out. Spit that out.
My opponent has to not die here. Dang. Controlling the board. We know almost for sure they have Lady Stanos Abusive. Usually you take those two. But we have a good hand here. We have like we're about to develop a board again. So it's hard for them to kill us when they've used resources, but they have a lot of 0-mana spells, so maybe they can kill us. I don't know. Asler's not bad here. Maybe it is bad. I don't know actually. I draw then I can't play next turn, so it kind of sucks, right? See if I can just tracking into lethal next turn.
Our gift of the arcane awaits us.
A watery grave awaits.
But that's annoying because their hand's super awkward here. What are they doing? Fel Barrage for 1 mana? Makes sense, I guess. Alright, Shock Spitter is lethal. Wait, oh, they can't. Well, I suppose. What if they miss lethal?
Here, girl. I smell an ambush.
Ah!
Rexa versus Tyrande.
Anyone give me strength?
Let the hunt begin. The iron divine is mine.
Single hands league changed the top legend meta. I don't know if it was him changing it, but single-handedly But he definitely changed it. Or I don't know if it was like... Smart, hitting this might have been dumb. I don't know. But they often hero powered there, and wow, it was ended up being really dumb actually. Might be. Game losing mistake, honestly.
You better watch your step in this battle. Locked and loaded.
If you don't bring it up, yeah. Still might win.
The caress of death is not gentle.
Locked and loaded. Locked and loaded.
I think I don't want to kill their Radiant here. Killing their Radiant allows them to revive their Radiant, right? So they can't get infinite mana as long as we don't kill their Radiant here. Well, they tried to full up their hands to get the freezing trap, but it didn't work. Could smite their own Radiant here if they have it, but... Wow, look at this play they have to resort to. You got it, you jerk. I made those decisions fast, not gonna lie. I get the void. Exacties, chat? Wait, am I bad at math? Son of a desperate prayers, chat. Dude, I swear. Like, how do you go that frickin' fast?
Locked and loaded. Locked and loaded.
Job done.
So it's GG now? No, we can still win. Top. Wait till turn 9, clear their board a little bit. Top deck Bran. It's winnable. I bet. Dude. Anime dead like high roll every time. Vital question marks, I know, right?
Tell me, Minnow.
What? Eh. Top deck Hydrolodon into top deck Bran. Wow, they just managed to spend all their mana every time. Top deck effing mad bad, I guess. Son of a gun shit. Huffer? Where's my Huffer at, chat? Thoughts?
And loaded. What a delicious divine. What a delicious.
Top deck Bran wins if they don't kill us here. They probably kill us here. Let's go! Art of the low roll. All right, top deck Bran for the art of the scam. All right, top deck Bran, top deck Bran. I can steal my shock spitters. Ooh, okay. All right. Son of a gun, chat. Son of a lack of hover. No mana cheating for you, buddy. All right, chat. I just need a top deck Brand, and we legit can win this game still. What? Eh? Chat. I think Void Shard shouldn't do damage unless it's getting the lifesteal. So if they're at 30 life, it shouldn't do damage. Thoughts? Chat, Priest is supposed to be a play one card a turn class, you know?
the hunt begin. The identity mine is mine.
It was louder this time. Was it? Yeah. Wait, what? Chat, actual druid? Chat, that Trog would have wrecked it too.
Party snacks.
An event?
You gotta
An
be
event?
scrappy with
Yeah.
scraps.
Hunt alone. I can see.
What? That was easy, chat. Okay. My opponent must have a pretty bad hand. Chat, druid gonna be a meta breaker post nerf. Thoughts? Chat, sometimes I VOD because my opponent's hand is so bad. It's not always. Chat, I'll be right back. I gotta go on PayPal.
Rexa versus the Lichking.
Let the hunt begin.
We could if I do. Ooh, Chad. Thoughts? Ooh, it's surrender again.
Symptoms will be severe.
Rogue. What? I thought there were. He was playing the Death Knight class. Or this. So you're saying people don't actually think the Death Knight class is OP? I don't believe it.
What a delicious,
Isn't Batty Guest stickier than Trog for the turn 2 play there? Yes. But the Trog blocks more. So, but yeah, if you're looking for this, but if I don't play Batty Guest, if I play Batty Guest 1, I don't play Trog till turn 3, then the Trog doesn't get value. So, but yeah. That, eh.
Too soon.
That, Win Queen of Shard here. Okay. I feel like this whole play feels. Oh, I guess they had to. Oh, they can't cast. Yeah. See how Trog forced them to get a bad potion there? Oh, that's a nice top deck. Not gonna lie.
Hunt alone.
Our gift of the arcane enlightens us.
Emotional damage. Buffs are. They have pictures of all the cards getting buffed, but we don't know what the buffs are.
Gift of the arcane enlightens us.
And that. Ooh. Hmm.
Our gift of frost leads us.
So I had to control the board here. I think they're weak here, and I need a few more turns to win. If I can protect this 5/5 and connect damage, I also can set up a 2-turn. But yeah. 14 buffs in a row, straight up to the top of tier 3. Oh, that's funny, Elo.
You can't
What?
always trust what you see.
What? Deadly shotting? Son of a deadly shot, chat. Wild Spirit's actually not bad here. I think I trade here again. Like, I just don't, like, so I could go face here, but, like, I have no play, so I think I want to just get this and then try and set up for... Yeah, I know, right?
Stone by stone, storm wind.
Laros, 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 Laros. Is that Shadow Step? Son of a Shadow Step, chat!
You can't always trust what you see.
Maybe they hit location here. But hey,
Too soon.
okay. Alright. Winnable, chat?
I have too many minions.
Like, if they don't have lethal, I have 15 burst. So all I like, if they have to remove everything, but like, they have to, but like if I have 2 minions left, I have lethal, and then I have a taunt, so it's hard when they kill me. They've used they've used all their rush minions, and now they've used 0 wild nulls. Okay.
I have too many minions.
Like that.
Stone by stone, Stormwind shall fall.
That. Eh. That's bad. From the Knolls. That's one hit. I just need one more connect face. And I win.
I'm almost out of cards.
Let's go! Art of the skill, chat. Art of the skill. Actually, such a skillful game. Such a skillful chat. Beating Surrender again.
Rexa versus Tyrande.
You will give me strength.
Let the hunt begin. The iron divine is mine.
What a delicious
Advance! Actually, great top deck. Because now two of these is way better than one.
Hunt alone.
I thought about playing around Zarella, then I decided not to do it.
Light
Yeah, man.
exist without the dark.
And this is to go even further beyond.
Jay, thank you for the gifts of get on such things so much, Jay.
The iron divine is mine.
Man.
I hunt alone.
Just
That.
Hunt alone.
Sweet revenge, I know. The heck? Good thing I know, right? You play around with Zarella by having lethal. I've been figuring out a way that I've been doing this for like 9 days. I felt okay last Monday or last Sunday. I felt this like despair coming in. And then it like, and what I've been doing is just like every time I feel like a despair, I think of all the things, like I visualize all the things that made me happy this week. Just things that I like. I don't think about all the things that make me miserable. I think I say I thought about that once. I solved the problem. There's nothing to think about, and then I just go and I force myself, and it's like it's really weird feeling. It's kind of like you're, but yeah, but it's been working. I've been not miserable. But yeah, I have to. I even have like a chain of things because I can feel the despair trying to come in, and then I just it's been working though. Yeah.
Grows short.
That. Okay, that can't be the right play because you get wrecked by Trog with this line, right? Like that can't be right. I think they're just not thinking about Trog and they got away with it. Well, no, well yeah. It's not even instant gratification. It's like that's not. I don't have a problem with that. I mean, I'm playing. Ooh. I want to start getting weapon hits. I don't know. I can go Trog here. I can go Trog now. A lot of my deck's actually pretty good here. Like that. Is it just me or does my opponent's play seem... Oh, okay, makes sense, okay. I was like, what are they doing over there? What exactly do you do here?
Hunt alone.
I think I take Harpoon Gun because I want to get the selective breeder. But I also want to keep getting the weapon hits. I decided to go in on Trog here. I think it's reasonable. I told you. I'm a people person. Yeah, I love it. That movie's so quotable. I know I was at a office job and we were as interns and we were like we literally got put in the basement. Like they moved us from the main floor to put us in like this like closed basement with like a weird smell to it next to the like one of this, and then we always were just quoting like the come in on Saturday thing, and then like I think we'd been in the job for like 4 months, and then our boss comes to us and is like, "Yeah, so can you come in on Saturday?" And we did, but it was like it's happening, you know, like yeah. It's just our lives was like that show, that movie, and we were just like copy of like quoting quotes of it all the time, you know. So because I have weapon, I don't really mind getting board locked here. I think it's like I get to push a lot of damage. I don't think they can. I think I might be able to set up a 2-turn here. How much damage do I do here? Yeah, I can set up 2-turn. This weapon is great. I mean, I could have done it with weapon as well, but.
Hunt alone.
Yeah, Trog is really good if you can set up a turn 5 lethal, which we can. No way. Eh? No way I'm dead, right? There's like no freaking way. Is that? Eh? What? Oh. Oh, it didn't work, chat. He was all. Oh, let's go. Wait, oh, wait. Chat, I feel like they missed lethal. Did they miss lethal? I feel like they had to have missed lethal there. But I don't really know. Let's go! Permanently dredged. He did, that's why he's giving it to you. Chat, we're actually on a nice win streak right now. We just climbed a bunch of ranks. Chat, I'm trying to get my Asia rank up so that I can maybe I want to go for a finish because maybe I just like. What if America is terrible at Hearthstone? I know, right? What if America is terrible at Hearthstone? I said this would happen. Yeah. Collapse. Thanks so much to tier 1. Get on that sub trading so much collapse. I mean, I need. He's talking about worlds. Yeah. I gotta go to worlds, you know. But like, okay, what if America is terrible and like all, you know, I invested runestones, you know? So maybe I should try and get some. So is it Pocket Train is you take your highest rank for the month? You can't like stack ranks, right? So if I get like top 10, I might get like 6 points, right? Or something like that. Just your highest, okay. I mean, I should go for one this month and then see what my American competition is. And see, like, so maybe they're all Jay Huangs. And then I, like, it looks like I'm not going to make it. And then I find out everyone who's beating me was stream sniping. And then I get there by worlds by default. You know what I mean? You deny someone else 8 points. Ooh, pocket trades. Dude, you oh, Jay. Alright,
I moves quickly.
Caught this one.
all right, chat. Wild spirits or harpoon gun next turn. Okay, now it's always chat. So we could go harpoon gun to get the value. Get like the top decks and gives them nothing to hit. Cause what I don't know. Brand, yeah. Okay. Now I think that we top deck this. It's harpoon. Actually, I think it's wild spirits because then I can go. Yeah. I hit next turn. I go this. I hit again. Go this. Equip this. But my I mean, so that's a standard diamond play collapse. Spend your mana, play minions. It's usually the right play. As you get the top 50 legend, with the great players like myself in the top 50 legend, definitely just not. But yeah, you have to like question your fundamentals and find when your fundamentals serve you and when your fundamentals don't serve you. Does that make sense? So sometimes it makes sense to spend your mana, play minions most of the time. But sometimes you will eventually find contradictions and you'll find more efficient lines. So it just means, that means you need to understand the fundamentals, which is hard. Chat, why is like winning in Hearthstone such a drug? Like, I was literally getting tired and thinking about ending the stream. We win a bunch of games and I'm having a blast. Chat, I love like, okay. If I could just win in Hearthstone all the time, would I be like one of those like coked out like Colombian drug lords? You know? Just like...
Caught this one eating party snacks.
Yeah, so eventually, so here's the thing. Everyone who gets, most of the people who get to legend know how to spend your mana, play minions, take value trades. That's what you need to get to legend. So as you get better and better, what does that mean? You need more edges. You need more ways to do better. If a real easy heuristic could make you play like get the #1 legend, like then everyone would get that, and then it wouldn't let you get #1 legend. So that's my point, I guess. This is bad. Bad order, by the way. Like really embarrassing order, not gonna lie. Sometimes lethal next turn though, right? Yeah. So something you could do is if you have a line, these are mental drills. You could say, all right, I found a line. This is what I do in over explains a lot. That's why I tend to win in over explains. You say, okay, this is the line I want to do. Are there better lines? Let me double check my work. You know, so that's a really good general drill you can do to play better. Say, all right, I know my line. I'm gonna see if there are any better lines. Nope. All right, we're good. Actually, probably lethal next turn if I somehow don't die, alright? Yeah. Remember, X Bly's is the exception to the rule. Most of the world champions in second place, like, and he hasn't won the worlds. The most of the players who do really well are dirty ropers because dirty roping works. All right, at the end of the day. Never dirty rope. Just as long as you don't do because to go to Pascoa levels, you're fine. All right. More high roll. It is no. Technique is very effective at high. I mean that does work in poker sometimes. But yeah. But in theory, in poker, you're supposed to like like poker is actually a weird game where in a way you actually make misplays in a random fashion to make your opponents not being able to tell what you do. Like betting a huge amount with a bad hand is a misplay you make in poker that so your opponent can't know if you have a good hand or not. Which then makes it not a bad play, but yeah. But in a way it kind of is. Years later. Any love for Big Spell Mage? Yeah, no. Big Spell Mage is not a thing in the top 100. Wait, have we played a big? No, Chet. We played against two mages. Yeah, mage doesn't beat the rogue test. The rogue test is if you queue into it, do you think it's rogue or do you think it's that class? Demon Hunter beats the rogue test. Hunter beats the rogue test. Priest beats the rogue test, and I think that's it. In 400 games, holy crap. What about Blood Death Knight? I think I started Blood Death Knight, yeah. So by the way, let's see.
Rexa versus Illyria.
Chad, no one's posted their food box in the Discord, so no, you get a free over explain, a gift sub. It's so easy. Ooh, let's see. Is it good in the mirror? More interesting deck. If the win condition comes after turn 7, it's not a real deck. Yep. Chad, I'm still sad. Like, I'm still like. Like, how did they nerf Renthal? He's such a good dude. If we lose the Mombar, it's not a roll deck. Ooh, chat. Witness the top decking skill. I'm gonna play the Mombar. What? Hey.
The enemy mine is mine.
Alone.
But No Hands Egg Priest has a win condition. It's Mida. And it also has big revives, and it has Zarella hero power, which are all reasonable like win conditions. Blood Death Knight just doesn't have that. Before I acted.
Here, girl.
Is the stock doing really bad because of that decision? It does make Blizzard look really incompetent, I feel like, right? Like they lost WoW as well, right? But chat, what percentage, okay. Chat, is it Blizzard the baddies? Is China the baddies? Or is it like two narcissists fighting with each other? Who's the main baddie? Like, chat, I feel like, okay. All of the above. All right. Or do you think it's a, yeah. I think China's the bad guy. Yeah, it might be that Faka. Well, China might like have the ability because they can like say, "Oh, we want to take a bigger cut," because they actually want to just like pirate Blizzard's ideas in a way, you know? Like they want to make, like I heard that they want to make their own World of Warcraft, but like no one's gonna play their World of Warcraft when actual World of Warcraft there. So, well, that's why we look at the actual like what happened, but we don't know what happened. So that's what I'm basically asking you guys is like, what is your prejudice point of view on who's the baddie here? You know, like, because I don't know. Wait, what? It's actually such a good play. That's.
I hunt alone.
Caught this one eating party snacks. Caught this one eating party snacks.
Well, American propaganda, yeah. So I'm not sure. Yeah. Like that's why. I mean, yeah. At the end of the day, like Blizzard doesn't give yeah, so I mean, Blizzard doesn't give China World of Warcraft out of like the goodness of their hearts. They're doing it for that sweet, sweet dough, you know?
Now.
But it's crazy. The CN players just lost their, like, if they had a collection, it's just gone. That's kind of bullshit. It actually is very scary. Like imagine you have a collection, like, it's just crazy. It's just gone. Like that you could just like have all, you could have spent like $5,000 on cards and it just like that investment is just dead. I mean, that it literally is that. All right. Chad, do I take a shock spitter here? Okay. So I put him down to 21 here. Maybe I think I draw on. I never win next turn, right? Like I never win.
What a delicious party!
Yeah, I never have lethal next turn, so I might as well do this. 14 damage, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Actually, I should have taken the other one. Wait, never mind. No. Alright, Chad, I'm dead. 14, 15. I'm sure, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's what's like the annoying thing about the digital world is you don't own anything. It makes it like it makes it easier for companies to have leverage over people. Like we're like with Magic, like I can buy the cards, like I could I could print a primer like this. Like it's kind of the annoying future of like corporations kind of just like run us, and we don't have ways to like they have ways to like abuse us, but we don't have ways to abuse them. I feel like it was, yeah. They've kind of, chat is, chat, it does it predict in the Bible that, digital card goods will cause the end of times. I think it might. Corinthians for sure. Yeah.
Rexa versus Sylvanas.
I will never serve.
Let the hunt begin.
The format Genesis 4215. Oh, that's too funny.
What a
That
delicious
yeah.
party!
Carahan's really good. I bet.
I hunt alone. I hunt alone. I hunt alone.
I feel like I'm better off just setting up 2-turn here than clearing with the...
I wonder.
Like, so if I go this and trade, right? So I can go Shock Spitter Face and Devouring Swarm, and I set up 2-turn.
I choose quickly.
I mean, I think it's just the most winning line here. Might have been better to hero power there.
The moment is upon us.
Ah! Okay. My opponent is a dirty tracking hero. Girl, should I put my tinfoil hat on?
Rexar versus Illidan.
This ends now. Let the hunt begin.
Ooh, chat, nutty hand. Except they're a rogue. Son of a rogue, chat. Do you think turn one Cutlass is correct? I'm not sure. I also thought about going Baddie on one to do double Trog on two to deny this play, which might have been better, but I mean, they'll be playing really expensive Knolls for the rest of the game, which is good for us, but... Should I have no value? That? Eh. It's actually so annoying. Alright, top deck Storm, pick Valorant, please. Good top deck, right? Let's try. They banned Reddit. Chat, I just try to run my stream the way like China, you know. If anyone says anything bad about me, they're banned. Except the China doesn't have the Kappa defense, so I guess it's a little different. Okay. Ooh, chat, witness the top deck.
You better watch your step in this one.
Come on, explosive, 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 explosive. Let's go. All right. I know it is a sad and lonely brand. Well, they can't even use their coins, right? 4-mana Knoll, chat. Let's go. Let's see if they play into. Huffer? Son of a lack of Huffer, chat. Ooh, what do I do here?
Locked and loaded. Get him.
Alright, if they play 3 cards and they don't have lethal, they die, but... Why not Bram? Because Bran doesn't die there, and I need Bran to top deck the, my top deck Shock Spitter here, so I can lethal. That's why. So yeah, it has 4 health. So if Wild Paw Null had 4 attack, I would actually have killed it off, yeah. Info in the hand is not this, so... It's the Brands on board, and then they can... Some of my top decks don't give me lethal. I'd rather have top deck lethal if they play around, because they probably always play around or the 2-mana spell. 4 attack on Thursday.
Rexa versus Illidan.
This ends now. Let the hunt begin.
Let's go. No quest for you. Let's go.
Caught this one eating party snacks.
All right. Do we ever play Bran to go for the double Spirit Poacher? Probably not, right? But Bran kind of sucks here, right? Because, like, here's why Bran sucks. I haven't gotten any weapon hits, so, like, maybe getting a second Spirit Poacher is good enough here. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Who knows what sick
I mean, well, we've been talking about China because it's very relevant to Hearthstone right now. It's fine to talk about. It's world politics actually is affecting Hearthstone right now, so I think it's fine. You know, if you're just talking about some random thing, but we're trying to figure out like who's the baddies, you know. So it's a real big deal that it's a real big deal that China's not having Hearthstone anymore, and it might actually directly affect my life as a professional, you know. So it's an interesting kind of thing to talk about. Yeah, and it does have implications on what can happen here, you know. Why did China ban Hearthstone? Well, it's more at NetEase. They couldn't come to an agreement. There's also some cases of like a lot of players who played in that China tournament. I saw like that like America won did not get paid. Did you guys see about that? I saw that on Twitter. That's a big deal too. Like, why did I do this? Such a bad pick actually. I'm throwing. Try to end the stream. So, yeah, we don't know. We don't know. Like China really limits. Like it's hard to know what's going on there. You know, there's not a lot of news out of there, right? So it's really. Like, so I'd be curious. I wonder how if the details will get leaked eventually. Yeah, think about how good second Wild Spirits would have been here. Actually, it's not even that good. You get board locked.
That minion a turn to get
Spit
ready.
that out.
I hunt alone.
You could dual wheel. Yeah. My Hydraulic pick look it was right though. This is like the most annoying. If they don't have a Sinful Brand lethal, it's hard for them to have a Lady Stennis lethal here. It's like very annoying here. So if they have like one Sinful Brand in hand and not two, this might be a win here. This is like just such a resilient. I mean, they could just go 3-drop, right? Plus, but if they don't have that, like, I don't know. Like, there's some hands they have that we can win here. Exactly, Kamag. A rogue's just a win shot. I feel like they're fishing. And they're not gonna get there. Like they win for no hands? Win for no hands? No hands art of the scam? Wait, 3-drop. Maybe they just have 3-drop in one spell and they don't full clear and we get a bunch more high draw on heads. That could be decent.
Arcane surge within me.
Time grows short.
Yeah, it looks like it. You don't take display, yeah, so. Ooh, Beast Stalker is so good here, right?
You better watch your step in this house.
Wonder if it was this is perfect. This has to be a win, right? Like I've improved ice trap plus improved motion denied just wrecks. Cause like yeah. Huffer is actually better than Leok because it plays around Simple Brand better.
I yield.
Got him. It does, JP. It does. I think I'm gonna call it a night chat. Made it to 6 hours, made it to midnight.